It's because I had the microphone muted while I was recording some stuff earlier. Anyway, so as I was saying before, You didn't hear any of the ranting that I made about the game being glitchy and defeating the purpose and all that stuff. But you've heard that, you've heard me say that stuff a million times, and I'll say it a million times more. I will say that whenever Ultra Pro Wrestling comes out, I basically said all it has to do is work. Like the bar, I've said this before, is not very high for them to pull creators away from WWE. All you have to do is be able to A, import images and stuff like that. B, have better placement systems to where you can put logos and tattoos anywhere, no limitations. And C, work. No glitches, no crashes, nothing like that. And I think some people will actually overlook the fact that obviously the art style of Ultra Pro Wrestling is not realistic and come over and make stuff on that game anyway. Just my opinion. I know that's gonna be me, so yeah, for sure. Yeah, and no islands. Yeah. Big fail. Big fail. They tried something different, it didn't work. Hopefully they move it, get it out of here. But chances are they would just as soon not make the game for legacy consoles anymore before they remove the island. They'll just be like, okay, sorry all you guys on PlayStation 4 and Xbox, but 2K26 is only going to be on PS5 and the Xbox, whatever it is, I forgot what it's called, and PC. Sorry. But you know, you can buy the game and then you can play the island and all that stuff, and yeah. Is Jackie Jordan and the other guy going to be uploaded? I don't know. I don't think so. I just uploaded them for the sake of being able to move them from the original profile onto this one. But they're only supporting / authority characters anyway, so I'm not going to be using them for anything other than the shows. So maybe I'll re-upload Jackie Jordan just for the fact of, you know, Ethan having his manager. But as far as Marcus Fleming goes, who, spoiler alert, is going to be the new GM of XWA since Carmella Blackheart has stepped down to oversee the WWA and also be a part of the Underground King storyline. He's going to be the quote-unquote boss character. If you've watched my Trial of Kings story series, then you know who he is. But if you didn't, he's basically a member of the Monarch Consortium who has been kind of holding down the fortress, so to speak, for Riot, who is the king, while he was taking care of personal stuff, including being possessed by an ancient Japanese demon character thing. That story is very, very, very complicated, and I'm looking forward to being able to eventually expand on that. But basically, as I guess you could say a favor, he's now going to be the one overseeing the business operations for the XWA, while Carmella is doing what she's going to be doing with Riot. So that's the short version. What else is there? Oh, so yeah, the other thing I was going to say before I realized that my microphone was muted is that I've kind of started making the bases of the Murderers Row roster, as in I put the faces on the models and the body types that I wanted them to have, and then I'm just filling that out with the attires and so on. So, in order, alphabetical order, you got Giant Shohei here, who is not completed. I haven't started on his attire, but it's going to probably be pretty simplistic because he's based loosely off of Giant Baba, whose attire was very simplistic. He wore black trunks and boots. I'm probably going to do a little bit more decorating than that, but I say loosely based off of him on the fact that he's a tall character, obviously, powerhouse type, but his physique is going to be definitely more muscular than Baba's was. So, yeah, there's that. Who else? And we got Keiji Muso, who is based off of Kenji Muto, who obviously is the innovator of the Shining Wizard and is the, well, I won't say alter ego. The Great Muta is his alter ego, but he is a legend either as himself, being Keiji Muto, or the Great Muta. So that's him. Again, the base is there. I haven't done the attire. I also said this before. I have another character that I'm going to be making named the Great Kabuki, who is going to be based off of the Great Muta. But that is not going to be an alter ego of Muso here. They're going to be two separate characters. And you got Kobayashi, excuse me. You've already seen him, pretty much. He's based off of Kenta Kobashi. Koji Yoshiro, you've also seen. He's a original type character. I kind of, sort of gave him like a Hakushi type of vibe nowadays, minus the, kanji on the body art and everything like that, because that would be too obvious. Maybe that might be a final evolution of the character. I'm not sure. We'll see. And you have Mitsuhide Mikawa, who obviously is based off of the late great Mitsuharu Misawa. And there's nothing else more that I need to explain on that one. Who else? Same with this guy here. Did I get him? I don't know if I got him. Yes, the fruit flies are still here as well. Just to let you guys know. But anyway, Saburo Akuji, who is obviously loosely based off of Minoru Suzuki, aka Murder Grandpa. I'm gonna have fun with his moveset. It's gotta be vicious. I mean, I'm obviously gonna use Suzuki's moveset as the base, but I'm gonna add some extra brutality to it. So, yeah. Funny you should ask about Victory Musashi, because he's right there. I mean, if you've seen my Twitter/X account, then you've already known that he's created. I guess we could go in and take a look at him if we wanted to, but he's pretty much complete. The only thing I have to do is upload him. But obviously, one of my oldest existing Japanese characters, based off of Antonio Inoki, and yeah, if you have not seen my X account, I gave a little bit of a history lesson on Musashi and Yoshitogo and View Japan Pro Wrestling, which is right there on your screen. Not sure if you can read it depending on your video quality or whether you're watching this from your phone or a monitor, but basically, View Japan Pro Wrestling was founded in 1996 by Yoshitogo and Victory Musashi at the tail end of the old WWA. Backstory: in my own personal game, the WWA was the thing that we had going, myself and my brother, which was kind of like the NWA, pretty much, like territories and stuff like that. The promotion was meant to be a showcase of Japanese puroresu, but quickly differences in philosophy showed between the two men. Musashi wanted to maintain the traditions of Japanese strong style, while Togo, having competed in the US, wanted to create a hybrid of Japanese and American presentation of pro wrestling. This led to them being at odds with each other, both inside and outside of the ring. Finally, in 2006, they agreed to a match where the winner takes complete ownership of VJPW, of which Togo won. Now able to complete his vision, he opens the Togo Dojo as a training ground for View Japan, welcoming anyone who wished to learn, regardless of their nationality. However, Musashi, in an act of retaliation, poached 3 of Togo's best students. Didn't get them. Shit. Ryoichi Kawaku, Neo Sawada, and Takashi Kenshin to form the original Team Katana to destroy View Japan from within. 4 years later, the 3 pupils broke away from Musashi as well, citing his methods were too rigid, and victory disappeared. Meanwhile, Togo's vision thrived, as did View Japan, leading to a partnership with the XWA that would be the foundation of what would eventually become the new WWA. Musashi would return with a new katana stable, this time with foreign talent, and so the battle wages on. And that's pretty much where the whole Murderer's Row storyline begins, or began, so to speak, because since then, obviously, Musashi's handed over control of katana to Jung Suzuki, and has gone solo, so to speak, even dabbling in the underground. But he's making his full-fledged comeback, so to speak, in the Murderer's Row arc, storyline, whatever it is that you want to call it. And that's basically where things pick up as far as these two are concerned. But obviously there's going to be a whole lot of other stories that will be told through that as well, because it's a roster of 20-something people. So yeah. Did you know that Muto has a daughter who is also wrestling? I didn't. I'm assuming she's probably pretty good, or will be. Freaking fly just buzzed right in front of me, too fast for me to get him. You should write a novel with all the twists. Yeah, there's a lot of story. That's been one of my greatest, I guess you could say, features as far as my creations and character work is concerned. Everything's got a backstory, which is a very, very important aspect of creation for me, because I have kind of wanted to do a video about this, kind of a mini core university story video, if you will, about, how do I put this without sounding rude to certain people? Why should someone care about your original characters? Now, for the most part, a lot of people are, shallow and visual. So the only thing you really need to do for an original character is make them look cool. And that's enough for most people. But I prefer to have backstories to give a little bit more context of who the character is, so that if you are going to download them, then you have an idea of what this character is about and how you would be able to incorporate those elements into your own game and your own universe, so to speak. Her ring name, the Great Sakuya. She's a Marigold, competed in the Royal Rumble in a Noah event. Oh, wow. I'm gonna have to look her up for sure. But yeah, XWA goes a long way back. Very, 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 very long. I kind of brought this up in a response tweet that I had made the other day regarding timelines and such like that. So, in my universe, time exists different from the actual real world, pretty much. So, we are in 2025 in my universe, but the characters of the universe go back not as far as it is that I have made them in some cases. So, say for example, a newer character that I've made, like say Ethan Ulrich or something like that. He's 26 now, even though I made him like 3 years ago, the first time. So he's 26 as of now, as of his current reign as champion. He won it at 25. So it's only been 1 year of him being in competition, even though it's been 3 years of me creating him, if that makes sense. So we're not going, or I'm not going by yearly releases to age them. There's one sacred timeline, so to speak, that everybody sits on, where things began a certain amount of time before, and even though we're in the present day 2025, characters that I have made way back are still at a certain time in their lives as far as age and such like that, even though canonically they would probably be a whole lot older, considering Mr. McGann, that I've made them for longer than the actual timeline is. If that makes any sense to anybody. Oh, I'm gonna get this fool. They're really beginning to annoy me right now. And this freaking fruit fly trap is not working. Or if it is working, I don't see it. I spent like $40 getting 2 of these things here. I don't know if you can see it. Fruit fly traps and freaking bug spray. And they're still fluttering all over the place. And I don't know what to do. I'm not spending more money on this shit though. That's for sure. But the house host has said that he's going to call an exterminator to spray around, see if that helps. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, White Leather Jacket is an OG. He was actually a part of the EFED era of the XWA, and I think you were in the LXW before that, were you not? I'm not sure. I don't remember. But yeah, he's been through all of it. He's very familiar with the history. Beelzebub, the demonic lord of the flies. Yes. They have wings. in the game, so I could, technically make that happen if I wanted to. The Riot Squad existed well before the any of the story that I have created. As a matter of fact, most of the story that I've created centers around kind of molding around that, pretty much. So the whole Trial of Kings thing is kind of my explanation of what Riot was before he got into wrestling and created the School of Hardcore and such like that. But those guys I've made since WWE Attitude, WWF Attitude, excuse me. Riot I made in Attitude, and then Crossbones and Happy Face I made in the first SmackDown game for PlayStation 1. Was it 1? Yes, it was 1. And so that was the Riot Squad. So that's talking like what? 1994? When did it come out? 94, 95, something like that. So, kind of since it was 96, I believe, that, no. It was 2006 that I first started posting cause online, formulas and stuff like that on the cause.ws forums and such like that. So, I push it back to like 96 to being where the whole universe, quote unquote, actually formed. So 96 is when View Japan started. That's this story here. And it's about in the 90s, 95, 96, where Riot and the boys were involved in the Monarch Consortium and the second, Trials of Kings tournament happened and all that jazz. So everything pretty much timeline wise starts from 96, and now we're in 2025 and things have evolved as it is that they have evolved from that point forward. I had actually, speaking of Jacket, I wanted to make the Old Bloods name of the faction the League of Extraordinary Wrestling. But the problem is, none of those characters were in the LXW. That's going too far back, and I couldn't think of anybody who was in LXW aside from like maybe, Johnny Pyro, or who else was there? King, and who else? The names like elude me pretty much, and it's impossible to reach out to those people because I haven't spoken to them for many years. So I had to go with the people who I was more familiar with, who I knew, who my brother knew, and get blessings from them. So we had to go as far back just as the EFED era of XWA for that. But I really wanted to do something with the LXW name. What's up, Rebel and FMF? I might just make an LXW arena for the hell of it. Just off of, being old school or something like that. Like a break-off league or whatever. But I have no roster for it. Yeah, 187 also, Adrian. But yeah, that's going a little too far back. But I'm still going to use the name somewhere, somehow. Just haven't figured it out yet. The tag to find everything is going to be 3X Core, which I will put in the chat right now. That'll pop up everything that I have uploaded so far across both profiles. Cars, arenas, belts, etc. There's a problem with the belts though, actually. I don't think so. I'm not sure. It could have just been one strap that I had used, because when I had downloaded the ones that I have uploaded to this profile, some of them were blank. Like, if you go into the menu, you'll see the graphics that I used on the belts, but then in game, the belt is blank. I think it just might have been the strap that I was using specifically for the GWGP Intercontinental title. I fixed it here by just changing the strap, but that might be a problem if anybody downloads those particular belts. Yeah, not a problem. You've been doing them justice. I wish there was more that I could do with them, but that's another thing that I would also mention in this video if I ever do it, about characters, because I've made a lot of characters. Like, what you see here is not even the totality of cause and characters that I have made over the course of the last 15, 20, how long has it been? 2006, we're in 2025, so it's 19 years. Yeah, that's a long time. That's a lot of characters. I've forgotten more characters than a lot of creators have made, which is crazy. But a lot of the reason for that is just not being able to do anything with them. Like, I want to make characters that fit into my universe to where anybody will face off or can face off or have a storyline or feud or whatever with anybody else. And there's there are certain types of characters who you just cannot do that with. So you might have a cool looking goth, dark character core or something, but if you can't match them up with anybody that is in a way that makes sense if you're doing a show, then that's a waste of a spot. So over the course of many, many years, my presentation style has been more emulated towards strong style, Japanese style wrestling, but with an American twist to it. Like, Attitude Era meets New Japan or All Japan. The days of the four divine pillars being Kawada, Kenta, Misawa, and Taue. I hope I pronounced that right. So mixing that all together. And so with that, there are certain types of characters, certain character archetypes that just don't work for me. So that's why I don't make, a dark Undertaker type of character or things of that nature, because it doesn't fit with what I do. And still missed them. This is PlayStation 4, which would also be Xbox, but this is 2K24. I haven't uploaded anything on 2K25 yet. I have the game, but I haven't done anything with it. Anyway, go in and have a look. at Victory Musashi, new face model. I actually went to Midjourney and got as best of a face that resembles that of Antonio Inoki that it could generate, and it came out pretty good, I must say. Because the face texture that I had been using before that was a little outdated. The image quality, not the best, and I could not for the life of me be able to adjust its saturation to where it didn't look completely pale on the call model here, which is an ongoing issue that I have, having to recolor faces because how they stick on the call model here in 2K24 is 1000% different than what it was in 2K19 or 2K23 for that matter. Like, I don't know what they changed, but just does not cooperate. Basically have to recolor all of my face textures. Anyway, I also used Midjourney to generate new logos for him. So this one here was, that's pretty damn cool. Letter V for victory, obviously. And I really didn't need to do much else after that. So I'm like, yeah, that's good. And then you got the 5 rings, which is a reference to Miyamoto Musashi and his evergreen book, the Book of 5 Rings, which is all about discipline and strategy and so on and such. So yeah, I could canonically make it so that he is a descendant of Musashi Miyamoto because, why not? I'm a big fan of Baki, and in Baki you have Muhammad Ali freaking Lee Jr. So yeah, why not? What did we say here? Showed my cards to some friends. Never shared them because they're not wrestling fans, but they liked them. Yeah, I mean, this is a very unique creative outlet here, pretty much. Like, for people who don't know how to draw, this is kind of like the next best thing. Or people who maybe wanted to dabble in like character design, but you don't have the degree in, computer science, animation, and all that stuff that you have to study to do game design. Next best thing, pretty much. It's like a test of endurance here. Anyway, attire number 2. There goes logo number 2. And then we just changed the color of the 5 rings. I've been hearing good things about that game. I might invest in it, but I still haven't even beaten freaking Phantom Liberty yet, so I gotta pace myself on my gameplay. Can't just jump into everything. First things first. Now, I had actually thought about making a katana-based attire for him, but Victory isn't with katana, so I still have the logos if I wanted to, but at the present moment I decided to make him stand alone, so that'll be how he is for now. Tendonitis. Okay. How is that possible? Now, Claire Obscure, that's like an action adventure or like action RPG. How is it working? What's the story there? Um, I think my stuff automatically saves to the cloud, actually, like game save files and stuff like that. Wrong headset. So the calls are not showing up on PS5? I always thought it was like all cross-platform. Not always easy to pull off the dodges and parries because you have to read enemy movements. So it's like turn-based Dark Souls. Good evening, Charlie. Welcome. Interesting. Excuse me. It's like the fruit flies are gravitating towards the trap, but they're not going into the trap. Go in. I'm doing all right. Aside from this fruit fly infestation that I seem to be dealing with unsuccessfully. Yeah, I think I might definitely check that one out. But I'm dealing with monsters of a different kind right now. Maybe not as large and dangerous, but no less annoying. Yeah, there's no round count. It's like old school video games where you just keep on playing until you lose your lives. There's no ending. The Brawls of Beelzebub, an epic anime series. It's got action, excitement, romance, and a whole bunch of annoying ass bugs. Fun for the whole family. Rated E for everyone. Exactly. And I've died about 1,000,000 times already. Well, not died, just failed the mission. Thank you, CM. Glad you're enjoying them. More importantly, I'm glad that they're being able to be downloaded without freaking glitches. something similar when I was having problems at work. Made for a good inspiration for a story. One of those long, drawn out titles. My favorite um, manga, they haven't made it into an anime yet, but they probably will because Netflix pulls everything. Um, it's called "How Heavy Are the Dumbbells You Lift." It's a slice of life anime. I say anime. It's a slice of life manga that is about bodybuilding, more specifically female bodybuilding, which would obviously appeal to me because muscle mommies, hello. But the thing is, it is actually written by Sandrovich, who is also the writer of Kengan Ashura slash Kengan Omega. And it actually takes place in the same universe as Kengan Ashura. And they even have guest appearances by Kengan Ashura characters in this manga. Which is why if they wanted to, Netflix could actually do another series of this on Netflix and have just basically have it as a lighter alternative to Kengan Ashura. Pretty much. Got that one. Yes. Bonus points. 1 point. Yes. Slay the monsters. Don't, do anything else with the monsters. That would be leaning into a different category of manga there. Of which, by the way, they exist. Don't ask me how. Don't ask me what I know about them. I just know that they exist. We love Japan. Not back to work yet, but soon, eventually. Kind of looking forward to it, but kind of not looking forward to it. Oh, we all are aware of their existence. How could one not be aware? I actually want to see if I can pull something off here for the second attire, because lot of what I've done with Tank here has, how do I explain it? There was one of 4 player characters in Def Jam's first game, Vendetta, whose name was Tank, which is where I kind of converted Ryoichi Kawaku's persona into being Tank Kawaku. So, I want to see if I can make an alternate attire that kind of resembles Tank from Def Jam. So I got to go with street clothes. So I have to remove all of this stuff. Awesome game. It is a classic. It will, however, also never be remastered. And the reason being is because if they were to remaster it, they would have to still pay every artist who appeared in that game residuals for having their likenesses in the game. And majority of those artists, rappers and such like that were with Def Jam when Vendetta and Fight for New York came out aren't with Def Jam anymore. So they're going to want more money than they did when they were under contract with Def Jam Records now than what they could get back then. And Electronic Arts is not going to pay that. So unfortunately, there will never be any Def Jam remasters. But yeah, that was probably one of the best fighting games ever made that is not in the Street Fighter formula, so to speak. Because, let's face it, everything fighting game right now is in the Street Fighter format. That's the archetype. So everything that came after that, whether it be Mortal Kombat, whether it be Virtua Fighter, Tekken, all that, basically anything in the 2D plane is based off of Street Fighter. Def Jam, however, was in 3D plane, and it was more modeled off of a wrestling game, but it was still a fighting game, which was what made it so innovative, because it had wrestling elements, but it wasn't a wrestling game per se. And yeah. Okay, I might look into that too. A24, they're really good. They're one of the best independent production studios out there. Like, I associate A24. The first thing that I think of is Everything, Everywhere, All at Once, which was a fantastic martial arts movie. Like, it was martial arts, but it wasn't at the same time. Like, crazy. And it's gonna have The Rock playing Mark Kerr. Interesting. Yeah. I might watch it again. Now that I'm thinking about it. Why not? That's one of those you can sit back and watch every time, front to back. Never gets old. That was also one of the best parts. The fact that it was like super freaking funny while having amazing fight sequences. I haven't got the chance to watch Iron Claw. I haven't gotten the chance realistically to watch a lot of movies at all. So I got a pretty big catalog of films to sink my teeth into if I ever have enough time to do that. I wonder if they have a short sleeve jumpsuit. Because as I recall, Tank's level 3 attire was a jumpsuit. No, Tank wasn't the biker. That was, I want to say his name was Turbo. There was Briggs, there was Tank, there was Spider, and Turbo. I think his name was Turbo. I don't remember, but Briggs was the all-around, like closer to wrestling type of guy. You know, white military dude, ex-military. Spider was Hispanic, submission type wrestler. He had like the submission holds, bone cracking, and stuff like that. Tank was the power, but he also had some high flying moves too. Like he was kind of like Keith Lee before Keith Lee. And Turbo was the speedster martial arts character who had all the strikes and everything like that. And Turbo, as I recall, was the biker because his level 3 attire was like full biker gear, like leather jacket, boots, all that stuff. Proof, that was his name, not Turbo. Proof, yeah. Y'all talk about Sinners. Haven't watched that either. I'll probably go to the movies and watch that like this week. That'll be the first one that I actually go see. No spoilers, please. The only spoiler I know is that it is good. Oh, that is a jumpsuit, but you know what? We're gonna see what we can do with it. Oh, I never leave until the credits are done rolling. Like that's one of the what you call that's one of the results of watching the entire MCU, pretty much. Everybody else leaving, and I'm like, no, wait, hold on. You're about to miss the good part. Yeah, I mentioned that before you logged in. I was going to make a katana attire for Musashi, but he's not with katana, so I want to keep him more standalone for now. And also, the logos that I actually made for him are not made, generated, are so damn good that I, I wanted to use those instead. And see, my problem here is that it looks so, you know, plain. Oh yeah. And other movies started doing that thing themselves after Marvel movies started doing it. I'm gonna keep going here just to see how it looks in the end before I make a final judgment on whether I'll just do a color swap or a different attire. Maybe if I go with a different color other than black. Would you imagine that? Me using a color other than black for an attire? I know, crazy talk. I don't know how I feel about the red bits. Let me see if I can put something together with different elements. I know they have to have a button-down shirt here somewhere. One without a pattern on it. No, they don't. Okay, well. We tried. We tried. Color swap it is. is kind of sort of working, that trap is. My God, there's a whole lot of freaking flies in here. Everybody go in. Yeah, there you go. Everybody in. And there's no coming out. No, go in, go in. One of them on the outside, like, where's all my friends at? Why don't you go find out? Yeah. Like, this is going on my second summer here in Vegas, and these things weren't here last year. I don't know where they came from. And it's specifically fruit flies, not house flies, not mosquitoes, but fruit flies. Makes me feel like I'm not built for outdoor environments. But then again, at least outside you're in open air, so you know you shoo them away and they're gone. They're just away. But inside of a house, they ain't got nowhere else to go. And if I open the door to let them out, then more bugs are just going to fly in. It's like, damned if you do, damned if you don't. I would really just like to know where they came from. Like, what is their source? Nest, whatever it is. Just like keep all of the waste baskets empty in here. Like give them nothing to feed off of. I don't know. Yeah, that sucks. I've kind of contemplated that maybe it could have something to do with my ostomy, because I mean I try to maintain a certain amount or certain level of cleanliness in my surgical area, but to be blunt about it, I have a bag that I stick on an open area of my stomach where shit comes out. There's no other way to, you can't really sugarcoat that. And maybe that might be attracting them. I don't know. but fruit flies don't necessarily gravitate towards feces. And like I said, it's very clean, obviously, because you don't want the area to be infected or anything like that. And we use deodorants and such like that to keep that smell as minimal as possible, but it's still there in some capacity. But I don't think that's it. Yeah, my weapons are these traps. I might get another two of them. Then I have this indoor pest control spray that I also got by making a monetary donation to the altar of Jeff Bezos. And we're gonna see how it goes. It's working so far, I guess. The saga continues. It's 8:42 already out here on the West Coast. I was going to order some food, but it might be too late for that now. At least the places that I normally order from. They're either closed or about to close. So I might have to settle for a sandwich. I need to use these cold cuts I have in the refrigerator anyway before they go bad. Unfortunately, secondary attire is a classic case of your creative ideas being shut down by the limitations of the game. Sad face. You're gonna make me go through all this just to change the color. Okay. One tried to attack me from the side. Gotta make it black. I'm trying not to look over to them too many times because I'm resisting the temptation to start swiping at these motherfuckers, but that would defeat the purpose of the trap. Let the trap trap them. I think this is the universe trying to test my patience. Ugh. Yeah, it was only like last month that I realized that it was there. Because I dabbled in 2K25 for a second and saw that it said quick save. And I was like, oh, they put that in the game finally. Where was that in 2K24 when the game crashed on me every time I tried to save? Then I looked and it's like, oh, it's there. It's just like you really can't see it because it says save and not quick save, and that's very hard to notice on screen. But of course, I say this, and even when you quick save, sometimes it still crashes. So it's a band-aid on top of a bigger problem that 2K games will never fix. I'm not liking how this is looking right now. I may have to change this bag sooner than later. And it does the thing with the leg again. Like it removes the logos. That's even more frustrating than the flies. Okay, we're done. At least with the appearance. see what entrance would work for him. No, because she isn't gonna work. Kind of basic. We'll go with it. Yeah, more than likely. His entrance to have a little more feeling to it. Red lighting. Okay, I'm curious. Someone makes an all for one call that does not look in the slightest close to all for one. They tried. Let's see if I can find what I was looking for here. Nope. Sad face. Really? Oh. Check your spelling. That might help. Oops. Backed out a little too far. tweak our moveset. But first, we're gonna take a slight intermission because there's some surgical involved stuff that I have to take care of here. Did I get him? I don't know if I got him. Alright, intermission. I should be back in 10-15 minutes or so. While you wait, however, I'll put on a match that I recorded that may or may not be canon. Well, probably not canon because this is when I found out what was the problem with the freaking belts. So, yeah. I'll be back. Okay. At the present moment, I'm kind of fuming right now because I had gotten a 7 Up cake. For those of you who don't know what that is, it's exactly what it sounds. It's a cake that you make from 7 Up. You use that in the cake batter mix. Ends up being very moist. Kinda has the taste of 7 Up, but think of it like a pound cake or a loaf cake with a slight 7 Up flavor to it. And also very moist. One of these little fuckers made it into the damn 7 Up cake that I bought. And I had to throw the whole thing out. I'm pissed off right now. I'm legit pissed off at this present moment.
I mean, nothing interested me.
Nothing interested you? Has it been that way all along, or was there a time when you were interested? In the last few years, you have lost interest. So what did you do? Just sit at home?
That song wasn't happy. I didn't want to.
check one last thing. Too heavy. I thought I had a theme song for Tank somewhere. Now comes for the more interesting part of the call creation process, that being finding a theme song. And you know what? We're going to search for one live on stream and hope not to get copyright strike. Actually, that's probably not going to happen. Because as y'all probably already know, I have a pretty extensive library of music that I have downloaded from many different sources that are all copyright free. Or at the very least, you can, share revenue with the music provider person, whatever it is. So you don't get a strike and your channel doesn't get shut down. But the real challenge is finding a theme that fits the character. So in the case of Tank, he's kind of like he's a younger wrestler, so he's more attuned to modern urban culture. He would be a dude who would listen to like hip hop and metal, and he's got a bear tattooed on his chest, so obviously he's not a traditional Japanese person. And his theme song has to reflect that. Can we go with this one? Let's give that one a try. I was going to save that for a heel character, but the heels that I have planned for the Murderers Row are more old school looking traditional style characters that wouldn't have a hip hop track as their theme song. Definitely more on the 90s rock or heavy metal side. So we'll see about that one there. Which, by the way, is music from the soundtrack for NBA Ballers Chosen One. That whole soundtrack, at least 85% of it, is fire. It was produced by Just Blaze, who is one of the top hip hop producers in the industry. He also did a lot of original tracks for NBA Street Volume 2, which is another masterpiece. And these tracks are not copyrighted because they're from a game soundtrack. So it's music by Just Blaze that isn't copyrighted. It's a gold mine. I have several songs from this soundtrack that I have set as theme songs for certain characters in the XWA roster. And I might have another one right here. So we're going to run a test match with my two latest pieces of work here. Tank Koahu versus Victory Musashi. Kind of a student versus teacher situation here. Sort of. As I alluded to in the history story post that I put on X, Tank is one of the 3 first pupils of Togo before Victory convinced them to join his side. So there was Tank Koahu, there's Neo Sawada, who is the leader of Puro Rudo, and there's Takashi Kenshin, who I haven't made yet. And they're all still active in View Japan, but obviously there's animosity, there's drama between all of them, because they all broke off and have decided to do their separate things, which is separate from Victory, but is also separate from each other as well. So, drama. We got drama. You can't have a story without drama. Anyway. I think this might work. I'm gonna have to change the light up. It's too dark. Other than that, this definitely works. Yeah. That's a winner. And this one's been Victory's theme since forever, so. The best Mr. Musashi has looked, in my opinion. Really like the way he came out. It's the hair. He's got that slick back Yakuza looking feel to him. Yep, big man doing hurricanranas. That's Keith Lee for you. Nice combo right there. Okay. Ground and pound 101 by Mr. Musashi. He has like what, 8 hurricanranas, 30 DDTs, 100 clotheslines. But then there's only like 5 body slams. Okay. Victory's kind of dominating right now, but the settings are as such that Tank will eventually get some offense in. is one of those instances where the AI just decides it wants to, take the day off. You might want to consider countering tank. Never mind. We're gonna run that one back. Because tank forgot there was something called a counter button. It happens rarely that the AI just doesn't want to do shit. His moveset is just a modified version of Antonio Inoki moveset that was uploaded by Havarti on Community Creations, who's probably the most well-known moveset guy in the creation community. Like, that's almost specifically what he does. And it's fairly accurate. I changed up a couple of things because I have specific moves that I gave to Victory Musashi, the character, which are taken off of Triple H, Wade Barrett, etc. I gotta turn that into a cannonball. Get back in there. Now it seems that Mr. Musashi doesn't want to counter anything. Come on, y'all. Get it together. Tank showing off the power. Okay, now do something. No, just get counted again. Victory's moveset is very fundamental, you could say. Kind of no frills, which is his exact style. When you compare that to Togo's moveset, which is more a hybrid, athletic, martial arts based type of thing. So their movesets portray their characters and their approaches, which is something I like to do with all of my characters, basically. Victor needed a minute to regroup, I guess. Or he trapped him. Okay, back on the line, guys. Every time I see one of the wrestlers bounce off of the bottom rope when they fall in this game, it reminds me of a match a couple of years ago that Rey Mysterio had on the independent circuit after he had gotten released by WWE before he went to Lucha Underground. So there was a spot where he did a Hurricane Rana on his opponent, and his opponent kind of, his neck and head snapped back on the bottom rope. The video is out there of this. And he wound up dying. He literally died in the match from that. So Rey Mysterio has a legitimate fatality in the ring. Freak accident, of course. Nothing like, it was not planned or anything like that. It was just a typical thing, but it's just the way that he hit that rope. His body just went limp. There was like a triple threat match, so they weren't even aware that it happened, but it happened. Again, like there's video of it. You just type in Rey Mysterio death, not death, but kills or whatever. You'll find it. But yeah. As far as movesets are concerned, I've said this before. I just basically tweak existing movesets. I download them based off of a base of a wrestler that I want that wrestler to kind of emulate, particularly if the wrestler is already based off of another real life wrestler, and I just make edits from there. There was once a time where I would make movesets 100% start to finish for each character, but I have too many characters for that. It's way too time consuming, so yeah. Oh, there goes the Insigiri. That's one of his finishers. Because that was one of Inoki's finishing moves. Oh. No wasteland this time. better than the squash match the first time. Tank will win this if he gets another spirit bomb. Uh-oh. Big man's gonna fly. Big man's going high. Hits the high risk move, then whips on the other way. I really wish that they sold moves better in this game, like they did in 2K19. I've made critique about that before. Like they tried to make from 2K20 onwards, try to make it too much of an arcade style game where you just pop up for moves out of nowhere. What a spot. Oh, what a spot. That's an awesome sequence right there. Another finisher for a knee slam. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I like that one. Victory still wins, but the match went by a whole lot better than that first one. That end sequence, though, that was top class. The opposite end of the spectrum of the AI taking a fart when the AI can do stuff like that. Damn good match. Now I just gotta fix the lighting on Tank's entrance, and then I'll upload it. much red. You know what? We'll just make it default. So yeah, I actually figured out why it is that they censored Togo's name, because the middle portion of his first and last name are the letters SHI, which is the end of his first name, and the first letter of his last name is T. So yeah, you figure that one out. Stupid as hell, but whatever. I think you can figure out his name when you download him and see it on his trunks. So yeah, you can change it back manually. I mean, his nickname is Tank, so kind of makes sense. Couldn't come up with a second nickname when your name is Tank. Your nickname is just Tank. Lol. All right then. I haven't made any posts announcing yet on social media, but that is 6 of the Murderer's Row now available. Kobashi, Kazama, Togo, Tiger King, Musashi, and Kohaku. Let me update my list now of who I've completed. So that's Togo, Musashi, changed his name to Kazama because it was different when I first came up with the idea. We put the asterisks at the end. And Tiger King. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. So what I'm going to do with this last bit of time is start working on Muso. The tricky part is going to be the tights because Kenji Muto had very, very dynamic looking ring gear for the time in Japan. His ring gear was very decorative, very ornate, almost American in its styling, which at that point in time where he was in his prime in like the late 90s and early 2000s, it was standout. It stood out a lot because most wrestlers were still in pretty traditional looking gear at that point in Japan. I know there were some tights that had like patches on them. I want to use that as a base, but gotta find them. Maybe the lightning bolts. Let me save that. If I keep scrolling, I'll see them eventually, I guess. Save these flames also. Didn't get him. Don't seem to be able to find these things. They're already at the bottom of the menu. Maybe they're just female only pants. I'm not sure. Save these because I'll be using those for other characters. Have a look at his ring gear and see how we can work this out. His gears always had a lot of design going on, like lightning bolts and flames and stuff like that. Missed him again. let's start with these. We're just working on the base right now anyway. None of this is going to be final. I'll probably be making a few adjustments before I could say he's 100% ready to go. Are you serious? These don't even color properly. Wow. Good job, 2K. Always on your P's and Q's with the quality control. I like this track. What is this? We're gonna save that. run that one back. Nice little track there. Also, another little fun fact for you folks out there who might be still paying attention. Mr. Muto was actually one of the first guys to, popularize wearing finger tape with your ring gear. More specifically when he was the Great Muta, but also when he was wrestling as himself as well. That's a wristband. We want wrist tape. Let's change that. This is a dope ass track. Let's be different. We'll do the one taped, one not thing for him. I like mix matching my arm gear. Yeah, we're gonna play that again. I'm sorry, I'm one of those types where if I hear a song I really like, I play it over and over and over again. code. Okay. Gonna need this screenshot for reference. Because we're about to do something I have not done before. And I want to see how it plays out. Can I edit this? No, I cannot. Go to the trap, damn it. Let's try this again without me in the shot. There we go. What did I think about WrestleMania and the storyline that came out of it? WrestleMania this year was kind of lacking. The build-up was not the best, as a matter of fact. It was the worst in the Triple H era, if you will, of WWE. But I think that has a lot to do with the fact that there was a lot of outside factors that went into the marketing of WrestleMania, specifically The Rock. He really needs to make up his mind whether he's going to be a behind-the-scenes figure helping to run the business, or an on-screen personality, because he can't do both. As far as the whole Cena Cody thing with the championship and everything like that, I like how that went. Cena turning heel is a good thing. It's brought a lot more depth into the character, and also he kind of addresses a lot of things that some people out here in real life mention about professional wrestling fans and such like that, them being, fickle and judgmental for no reason, and things of that nature. I like how that's going, especially now with him having something with Randy Orton. I don't know when that match is going to happen. I would like for that to have been Cena's last match, because Cena and Orton, are hand in hand together. They came in at about the same time. They both reached their primes at the same time. So that would make most sense to me. But I don't think that Cena is going to be around for WrestleMania 42. So they got to do that, as soon as possible. Aside from that, can't really say much. I mean, you got this new faction now with Rollins and Braun Breaker with Paul Heyman. I saw what happened on Raw there, establishing what they're about. It's just a matter of, are they going to add anybody else to it? Like, if this is going to be Rollins' version of Evolution, then who else are they going to bring in to build up? Because they're definitely building up Braun Breaker. Like, by the time this is over with him, he's going to be a main eventer. Like, he'll be running for multiple championships. That's for sure. But it's like, who else are they going to add to that mix? And then, as far as the World Heavyweight Championship is concerned, for the love of all things great and small, please do not put the World Heavyweight Championship on Logan Paul. And yes, I realize that rhymed, but that would be the single worst decision that Triple H can ever make. That will undo everything else that he has ever done in his career as a creative behind-the-scenes figure in WWE. The Performance Center, NXT, all that gets thrown out of the window if he allows Logan Paul to win that championship. Because you got guys like LA Knight, who else? Austin Theory, Montez Ford, even though he's still in the tag team, but he's still got that potential. You have guys who have been cutting their teeth way longer than Logan Paul has, and hasn't even had a championship match, let alone been world champions. And if they do that to Logan Paul, if they put that belt on him first before them, no, that's bad for business. That would be the ultimate test of whether or not they respect their fans, or if they're just looking for viral moments. That right there would justify everything that Karrion Kross ranted about in that interview segment that he had after WrestleMania, where they're just looking for viral moments and are not looking to actually entertain fans. That's pretty much all I have to say about WrestleMania, really. Backlash is in St. Louis, actually. Still Missouri, but not not in Chiefs country, Rams country. No, they're not in St. Louis anymore. The Rams went back to Los Angeles, didn't they? Did they? I don't know. I don't watch. I haven't followed many sports in a while. Didn't get you. Fuck. I'll add a little bit more to that regarding the women's side of things. I really can't say anything negative about that booking because the right people won in those particular women's title matches. I'll say this about Tiffany Stratton. She still has a bit of growing to do as far as her promo work, ring work. Still work in progress. I mean, she's got the look, obviously. That's pretty much the reason why they pushed her as far as they did, because she has the look and she does have athleticism. But she's got to put that together. And it's still a work in progress. Don't know what it is that they got planned for her next. And as far as Io Sky goes, I've always said that with Asuka being injured, we don't know when she's coming back. We don't know if she's coming back. Io Sky is the best female wrestler on the planet today. So she is justified in being the champion still. And I'm glad that they decided to keep the belt on her. Now you have this thing where you got Roxanne Perez and Julia invading, so to speak, and Io and Rhea have both helped each other back-to-back weeks, so it's pretty predictable where it is that that's going. But as long as they continue to have Io as champion and let her have her moments to show exactly how incredible of an athlete and a wrestler as she is. And I missed him again, too damn fast. Why are you over here? The trap is on that side. Go join your friends. But I like where that's going. It's one positive that I can say happened out of WrestleMania. Yeah, they're going to be in Orton's hometown. Are they going to have Orton lose in his hometown? Probably. So I'm guessing the whole idea here is that they will eventually have Cena lose the belt to somebody. Question is who and when. There's probably going to have him, he's probably going to turn face at some point before his very last appearance. Probably after he loses the title. And then he has his farewell match. One final match, no belt, just, him leaving his boots in the ring, or in his case, sneakers, and walking up that one last time. But somebody's got to beat him first, and we don't know who. It isn't going to be Orton, because that would be too soon. Okay, I need to figure out a prompt here. Standing in a fighting pose. Let's see if this produces anything. No, it does not. I need the link. Copy. Paste. And standing in a fighting pose. There's another good track here. Did the image rate weight wrong? Let's try that again. Do it right, damn it. They have Vladimir Putin on the cover of this damn thing. Oh gosh. Nice. not quite what I was looking for. Let's remix. I might need a full body photo. Oops. Camera off. He escaped. Cancel that job. This is going as effectively as I thought it would, as in not. Oops. I keep messing up. These damn flies are distracting me. Cena takes the belt home, Orton and others would have to start. Yeah, that's the whole plot device here, basically. Cena will take the belt and would be the last real WWE champion. And whatever title they create in his absence would be a new lineage, if you will. This last Raw promo that he did on Monday, he was basically saying that, exact thing, pretty much. Like the version of the WWE Championship that was held by the likes of Stone Cold, The Rock, the one that CM Punk walked out of Chicago with, the one that he carried, that version belt will be gone, basically. Gone with him. And WWE would have to make a new belt, just like they did with the World Heavyweight Championship, which I don't think is going to happen. But, that's the plot device, that's the story. Oops, wrong picture. I think they'll probably have Cody win it back. Because they're going to have him come back at some point too. And right now he's like on break, taking time off. Yeah, boy. Yeah, wouldn't that be something? Let's track back again. San Martino comes back one more time. Even better, let it be Hogan. Oh boy. The WWE would go out of business if that would have happened. It's the one person that's an even worse idea putting a championship on than Logan Paul. I don't know how these people who use AI to do artwork of their cars do it, because this is not working the way I thought it would. I only need 3/4 of it, but it's not making it look the way I want it to look. Like, why do they keep on giving him a hat? He's not wearing a hat in the picture. Yeah, I heard about that. I heard the rumors that the third man is Vince. Which would be an absolutely terrible idea. But they have the money to burn. It's like Vince McMahon is still a 41% stakeholder of TKO. So whether you like it or not, he's still making money. He could not fetch image. You're killing me with this bullshit. much better. What is YouTube saying? Content ID claim, of course. Because y'all suck. Now that we got that, let's see if I can create a background. White lightning. Background. Doesn't look at all what it is what I was expecting. That's because I put lighting instead of lightning. Ha ha ha. Those still look cool though. I'll keep them. Wouldn't be able to use these things on anything except for like a arena. But whatever. AI is very case sensitive, which means it's not as smart as everybody says it is. Let's try that again. Here's the thing about Moxley. He didn't like Vince. That's the reason why he left. He had creative disagreements with Vince specifically. Vince is not there anymore. So the potential or prospect of Moxley coming back to WWE is pretty high. Now, would he join Rollins is the question. I'm not sure. Probably to begin with, like, first couple of months, yes. But then eventually, one is going to turn on the other. And then you'll have Moxley, in WWE. But right there, what I just said is the caveat. And copyright again? Are you serious? You know what? Let's just change the whole damn playlist. How about that? Anyway, like I was saying, that right there is the caveat. It's not going to be the return of Dean Ambrose. It's going to be Jon Moxley in WWE. And the other thing is that there won't be any, him getting suplexed onto boards with 8-inch spikes sticking out of them. That would be the one clause in the contract. Like, yeah, all of that super ultra violent hardcore stuff that you were doing in AEW. You're not doing that here. So what I'm going for here is something kind of like Hollywood Hogan's boots. You're giving me the warning again? what do I gotta do to fix this shit? Because you are annoying me. And not giving me any information here. Whatever. Anyway, like I was saying, I was trying to go for the look that Hulk Hogan, Hollywood Hogan, had on his boots. Yeah, those guys would definitely want creative control, and that is not something that WWE gives. This might have to be something I do in bits and pieces here. I have no idea why they keep on giving me these content ID warnings. Could be because I had Mid-Journey on screen or something. I'm not sure. Yeah, it is a process. Um, in a lot of these guys' cases, we're talking about ideas that I'm creating on the fly because I haven't done them before. Like, these are some characters that are making their appearances for the first time. So I'm building them from scratch here. But I think I'm going to break off from here and continue this project tomorrow. Because I'm getting really tired of this warning flashing on my screen every 10 seconds I close it down. I have no idea what they're asking for, and they're not giving me any actual information on how to fix it. So we will continue this tomorrow. We're also at 4 hours and 34 minutes here, so it's right about time to call it a night. And with that being said, thanks everybody for hanging out again, and I'll be back on tomorrow, probably earlier, and let's keep it going. Until then, good night. Deuces.